Volume has been turned up louder. Check, 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 check. 1, 2, 3. Mic check. Check. Check, check, check. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Mic check. Test, test. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Volume is slightly louder now. Check, check. Mic check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Mic check. Test, 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 test. Mic check.
Check 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3. Check 2 3. Hello and welcome, fans, back to the Averett Sports Network. I'm Wyatt Ockpoll. Glad to be here with you. We're winding down the men's volleyball season here at Averett. Tonight they take on two opponents. So just to clarify, this is not a tri-match. This is Averett taking on two opponents. Both teams after tonight are out of here and on their way to the next game. So for the Averett University Cougars, they will take on the Hornets of Lynchburg University out of Lynchburg, Virginia. Lynchburg comes in here today looking at 13-10 here coming into today. Their last game was canceled against Warren Wilson, but of course Warren Wilson will be in here today to play Lynchburg will be in here today to play Averett, not Warren Wilson. So Averett is here to play both Warren Wilson and Lynchburg. but Averett gets Lynchburg first. So last time out, the Hornets dropped a 3-0 set sweep to Roanoke College. That game was at Roanoke, so they look to come back and bounce back into the winning category. Looking at the Warren Wilson Owls, they come in sitting at 2-13 with Averett. They come in wanting to bounce back with a 5-20 record here after their last game, where they lost here to Randolph-Macon College here 3-0. So Averett will also look to get back in the win category here later on, just in a little bit here later on tonight. Taking a look at the starters for both Averett and Lynchburg. Averett, for starting for the Cougars, it'll be Uri Colazzo, Julian Hernandez, William Aldrin, Dominic Jenkins, Aiden Williams, Chuck Friedman, Luke Brown, and Nicholas Breen. Looking at the visiting Hornets of Lynchburg College, it's number 2, Jordine Famulia, number 3, Jordan. Number 3, Jeremiah Costello. Number 8, Will Ratty. Overdye, I should say. Number 11, Wyatt Nunez. That's Nunes. Number 15, Mason Kenna. Number 17, Troy Chulio. And number 22, Bryce Jackson. So like I said, the Cougars come in here looking to get back in the win column as well as the Hornets. So both teams fighting for a win after coming off of a 3-0 set loss last time out against each opponent that they both faced. So we're going to be back here after the national anthem and after the PA, the public address announcer, introduces the starting lineups here for tonight. But again, I'm Wyatt Ockpoll. Glad to be here with you for tonight's matchups here for the Cougars here against Lynchburg and Warren Wilson. We're going to step aside here before the national anthem. We'll be right back here on the Averett Sports Network in just a few minutes. And welcome back to the Averett Sports Network. We're about to get underway here with the Hornets and the Cougars here in this first match here tonight. We look at the home Averett University Cougars. If you're just joining us here on the broadcast, look at the starting lineups. It's number 1, Uri Colazo. Number 3, Julian Hernandez. Number 7, Liam Aldrin. Number 8, Dominic Jenkins. Number 9, Aiden Williams. Number 15, Chuck Friedman. Number 16, Luke Brown. And number 18, Nicholas Breen. Taking a look at the visiting Hornets of Lynchburg University. It's Jordine Familia. Number 3, Jeremiah Costello. Number 8, Will Radai. Number 11, Wyatt Nunez. Number 15, Mason Kenna. Number 17, Troy Julio. And number 22, Bryce Jackson. And it'll be possession arrow Averett to start this one out. It'll be Luke Brown here back for the serve as he gets this one going. Back over the serve. That's kind of over back over the net. Go back over the net, go the Hornets. Back over the Brown. Back over, tipped over the net by Breen over the Hornets. A big attack by number 17, Trujillo, as the Cougars are right there. And Jenkins tried to get there for the block. And Chuck Freeman couldn't quite reach it as the Hornets will get on the board first in this one. It will be 1-0 Hornets to start this one out here tonight. Back for the serve is number 15, Mason Kenna. Kenna goes over the net and he'll find Colazo on the far side. Over to Brown who sets it for Aldrin. Aldrin right there. Blocked from the Hornets. And that one lands just out of bounds, off the fingertips of the Cougars on the far side. And it'll be 2-0 here, so an early 2-point lead here for the Hornets. It'll be Kenna here back again to serve. Kenna over to Hernandez, and Colazo can't quite reach it as that one will land inbounds yet again. So it'll be Mason Kenna here again for the serve for the Hornets with a 3-0 lead here for Lynchburg. Aldrin right there for Brown who sets it for Jenkins. Jenkins over the net and it falls right in between the front line of the Hornets. And so the Cougars will get the first point on their side on the board. Back over the net goes Aldrin. Back over to Kenna. As blocked by Jenkins. Back over the net with the Hornets. And Colazo. Jenkins right there for the save. Colazo goes for the attack, and that one goes long. So it'll be another 3-point lead here for the Hornets as they get out to a hot start. And it'll be number 1 here for the Hornets. It'll be Sam Pennington here back for the serve. Pennington serves over the net to Aldrin. Aldrin right there for Brown. Brown serves over to Colazo on the tip. Back over the net. Aldrin's right there over to Brown. Back over to Breen, but he's blocked by the near side wall. That's number 22, Bryce Jackson. Number 15, Mason Kenna, who got there in time. So the Hornets up by an early 4-point lead. Over the net to Hernandez, back over to Brown. Attacked by Jenkins as Jenkins can't quite keep that one in bounds. So Lynchburg starts out this one on a run. And they'll go for 6 points here with an early 5-point lead here in the first set. Pennington back for the serve. Aldrin is right there. Set by Brown. Over to Collazo. Collazo off the hands of number 8, Will Radai, the sophomore out of Arvada, Colorado, and Forge Christian Liberty High School. Jenkins over the net. And a big attack is off the hands of Jenkins. Collazo is right there, and he keeps it in bounds as he finds the back corner, and the Cougars have now cut the Hornet lead in half by a score of 6-3. It'll be Jenkins here back for the serve. Jenkins over the net to McKenna. Over the net, that's Radai. Tipped around. Breen right there. Aiden Williams not quite able to keep it in the air. And the run will come to an end for the Cougars as Jenkins will check out here. And it'll be Hernandez back in here for the Cougars. And it looks like it'll be number 17 back for the serve. That's Troy Trulio. And that one will lay out of bounds off of the hands of the Hornets. And that one will go out of bounds. And the Cougars are now have cut the lead down to 3 by a score of 7-4. So it'll be Nicholas Breen here, the senior out of the local Danville, Virginia area. And the Hornets will go back over then on the attack as Freeman's right there. Brown sets it for Collazo. Collazo is right there, met by the front wall for Lynchburg. And that one lands in, and it'll be a point for the Cougars. So a great court awareness for the Cougars as they're able to find a sliver of space on the far side of the court, right in between the front line and back line for the Hornets. Right there with McKenna, Breen. Over to Brown, who sets it for Aldrin, who's right there. Back over the net go the Hornets. Freeman out for the dig. Brown swipes it over the net. Can't quite get it to land. Back over the net go the Hornets. On the attack, over to Aldrin, as that one will be a point for the Cougars. And the Cougars have now cut the lead down to just 1. So the Cougars down in an early deficit, pulled it within just 1 point, coming back and scoring 4 straight points here early on in the first set. And that one goes out of bounds off the hands of Nicholas Breen. So this one is now going, it now goes back and forth, and it'll be number 6 here for Lynchburg. It'll be number 5, Jeremiah Costello. As that one goes to the Hornets. So the Hornets now coming out to yet another 3-point lead here, 9-6. As that one is off the hands of Aldrin. Hernandez into the air. Collazo can't quite put it back over the net on the attack. And that one will land in the favor of Lynchburg, as they have now built a 4-point lead here, as it is now 10-6. Brown right there for Collazo. Collazo tips over that this time. Tipped over net by the Hornets, and a quick attack on the far side. Lands in. That's number 22, Bryce Jackson for the Hornets. As the Cougars want to talk it over, the score now being 11-6 at the timeout. We'll be right back here on the Averett Sports Network with the continuation of the first set. We'll be right back here again. I'm White Ockpole here on the Averett Sports Network. 11-6 is the score here early on in the first set. And it'll be back over the net here to Aldrin. Back over, tipped by Brown. Not quite handled. Run down by number 11, Wyatt Nunez. Back over the net goes Collazo, saved by the Hornets. Collazo is right there again with a dig over to Brown. Backward to Aldrin. Aldrin bumps it over. Set by the Hornets. Back goes McKenna. Collazo right there for Aldrin. Hornets able to come back with a rally of their own, and Friedman not quite able to handle that one. And it'll be another point here for the Cougars as Friedman will check out here for Hernandez as the two liberos switch out. Back over the net go the Hornets. Hernandez right there for the Cougars. Brown backward to Aldrin. Aldrin is right there as he gets a point back here for the Cougars, with Averett now being down by only just 4 points. And it'll be Joel Hetherington to check in now here for the Cougars. Hetherington can't quite put it back over the net. And it'll expand the Hornet lead here, and it'll be number 8 here for the Hornets. It'll be Will Radai, the sophomore out of Arvada, Colorado, to serve it away here for the Hornets. Radai can't quite put it over the net himself, so he gives the Cougars back a point. And the Cougars now get a possession back. It'll be Luke Brown here for the service. He goes long. And the Hornets and the Cougars now trading points. And it'll be number 15. It'll be Mason McKenna, the senior out of Charlotte, North Carolina. McKenna back over that to Aldrin. Over to Brown, and Jenkins can't quite keep that one in. And the Hornets now will take a 15-9 lead here in the Grant Center early on in the first set. McKenna back over the net to Collazo. Brown right there sets it up for Aldrin, and not quite the dig that the Hornets were looking for, as the Cougars get a point back, and they now cut the deficit to just 5. As that one goes way over the net and way off the back line. And the Hornets pull out to 6 points now as they take a 16-10 lead. Back here is Sam Pennington on the side where the red jerseys are. It'll be Sam Pennington back here for the serve. The sophomore out of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and he can't quite put that one back over the net. And it'll be a 5-point lead here now for the Hornets. So it'll be Dominic Jenkins here back for the serve. Jenkins over the net to McKenna. Back over the net to go the Hornets as that one goes off the back line. So the Hornets give the Cougars back a point as the Cougars start to chip away at this 4-point lead. Jenkins over the net to Trulio. Back over the net goes to Aldrin, set by Brown. Back over to Collazo. Collazo met by a big block at the net. Tipped by the Hornets. Dug out. McKenna right there, saved by Jenkins. Back over to Collazo. Collazo tips over the net. Trulio right there for the rally. As that one lands in as Aldrin can't quite get there. And it'll be a 17-12 lead now here for the Hornets. So the Cougars not quite able to chip away and get that lead under 3 here so far. As Collazo gets it back over the net. A quick swipe over the net by number 5. That's Jeremiah Costello, as he and number 22, Bryce Jackson, were right there for the swipe as they get a quick point and expand their lead to 6 now, 18-12. Back over the net go the Hornets as Hernandez is right there. Brown backers Collazo as Collazo, let's see what the call is from the referee. That point will go for the Hornets. So Collazo can't quite land that strike inbounds. And that serve goes off of the teammate of number 17, Troy Chulio, as he wasn't able to put it over the net, but also wasn't quite able to keep it up in the air at all as it goes into the back of one of his teammates. As a tip is right there from number 22, Bryce Jackson, on the attack and off the hands of Chuck Friedman. And the Cougars immediately give him a break, and checking back in now is Julian Hernandez. Back to serve is Costello. Costello over the net, and that one goes long. And that'll be a Cougar point here, 20-14 now. Back over the net goes Aldrin. Aldrin can't quite put it back over the net as the Hornets get a point off of the double tap by Aldrin. So the serve coming here from Jackson as he puts that one in on the ace. So he now brings the set to within 3 points of the Hornets taking set point here and taking a 1-0 set lead here over the Cougars here in the Grant Center. Jackson here back for the serve. It's Aldrin, set by Brown. Back goes Collazo as Collazo is right there for the kill. So Collazo gets one back for the Cougars. Back on the net go the Cougars. There, right there is McKenna. Tipped around, and it'll be a double tap on the part of and that'll be another point in favor of the Hornets. Back for the serve. Off the hands of Collazo. Nick Breen right there for the serve. As that one lands out of bounds. And the Cougars not quite able to get one to go. So the Hornets now 1 point away from taking set point. And it'll be number 14, Braden Barado, here back for the serve as Julian Hernandez is right there. Brown right there to set it for Aldrin as Aldrin gets the kill. It'll be off the hands of number 15, Mason McKenna. So the Cougars get a point back, trying to stay alive here in the first set. It'll be Brown over the net to number 11, Wyatt Nunez. And that'll be into the net from McKenna. So the Cougars not quite going away quite easily. As Brown is right there for Nunez. Back is McKenna. McKenna puts one away for the Hornets. as they finish out the Cougars in the first set by taking the first set by a score of 25-18 as the Cougars drop the first set and the Hornets take a 1-0 set lead. We'll be back here on the Averett Sports Network for the start of the second set here from the Grand Center. We'll be right back here in just a little bit. I'm Wyatt Ockpole here on the Averett Sports Network. Back here on the Averett Sports Network. If you're just joining us, hi, I'm Wyatt Ockpole. Glad to be here with you. Lynchburg just took that first set 1-0 here. Was a 1-0 set lead here for the Hornets. Taking a look at some stats, at least in the kill category. Looking at the home side, Uri Collazo led the way with 4. Liam Aldrin had 3, 1 apiece here for Dominic Jenkins and Aiden Williams, along with Luke Brown. Looking at the other side here for the Hornets, it'll be Jeremiah Collazo, who led the way with 3, as well as Troy Chulio, as well as Bryce Jackson sitting at 2, and Mason McKenna sitting at 1. So the Cougars get one here as get a point here on the board. So they get on the board first here in the second set. Here to start this one out. It'll be Luke Brown here back for the serve. And it'll be Nunez right there. And right there, a big block here for Dominic Jenkins and Nick Breen as the Cougars get 2 points back, and they took a 2-0 lead here in the second set. Back over the net go the Hornets as that one is off the hands of Friedman, and he can't quite keep that one in the air for Brown. So the Hornets get one back as they'll cut the Hornet lead in half. Back over the net go the Hornets as Aldrin right there for a great dig. As that one can't quite stay in bounds. It'll be off the hands of the Hornets. So the Cougars now come back in the second set and take a 3-1 point lead. As that one lands out of bounds off the hands of the Cougars as the Hornets get one back. Back over that goes Collazo. McKenna dug out by Aldrin. Right there is Brown. Back over the net goes Breen as Breen puts one in as the Cougars now take a 4-2 lead. As the Cougars get one back, as they now lead by 3 points, 5-2. Back over the net go the Hornets. As a quick kill on the hands by the hands of number 22, Bryce Jackson, as he puts one down for the Hornets. So a shift of momentum here as the possession arrow now lays in favor of number 17, Troy Trulio and the Hornets. As Trulio gets one over to Collazo. Back over the net go the Cougars. Breen right there over to Nunez. Back over the net is Hernandez. Hernandez right there with a dig. Collazo not quite able to get there for the tip. As that one lands on the same side for the Cougars. So back over for the serve is again Troy Trulio. Trulio back over the net out to Hernandez as a quick kill again comes in favor of number 5, Jeremiah Costello. So the Hornets now tying this one up at 5 as they are able to come back and take the momentum back here from the Cougars as that one lands out of bounds off the hands of the Hornets. So the Cougars get a 1-point lead back with the score being 6-5 here in the second set. McKenna back over the net, back to McKenna. Big block here from Brown and Williams set by the Hornets. Freeman right there for the dig. Aldrin back over to Collazo. Back over the net go the Hornets. Big block here from the Cougars as that one lands inbounds just off of the back line as the Cougars were right there for the save and right there for the block on the near side. As Breen gets it back over to Nunez. Set tip, and that one goes out of bounds. Way out of bounds off the hands of Jackson. So Jackson gives the Cougars a 3-point lead. Back over the net goes Breen, and the Hornets can't quite find the rhythm, and that will be off the hands of Aiden Williams as he can't quite get there for the block. As Chuck Freeman will take a break and we'll check out here for Julian Hernandez. So it looks like Coach Tiller and Coach Nash are pretty much rotating in and out the liberos here for Averett. Back over the net goes the Hornets. Brown right there, and the Hornets not quite able to keep that one in bounds, and the Cougars go up by 3 points again. As Freeman comes back in, and Hernandez goes back to the bench. Collazo back over the net. And that one lands out of bounds off the hands of the Cougars. So the Hornets pull to within 2. So it'll be a serve here for Bryce Jackson. Back over the net goes Jackson, and that one lands out of bounds, says the referee. So it'll be a serve here coming up here for Averett. It'll be Joel Hetherington back in here for the Cougars. And an attack goes from from Mason McKenna, and can't quite be kept in bounds by Nicholas Breen, who tried to dig that one out on the far side. Back over the net goes the Hornets. Brown right there for Jenkins. Jenkins tried to tip it over. Hernandez kept it in the air, but Breen couldn't quite get there to keep it in bounds. As the Hornets now cut the lead to just within 1 by a score of 10-9. And Jenkins gets himself a kill. And it'll be off the hands of the far side for the Hornets. And the Cougars now pull out to a 2-point lead. So the Cougars getting a bit more competitive here in the second set here than they did in the first. Cougars had a slow start in the first set, losing the first set 25-18, but now coming out to be quite competitive here with a 2-point lead here. Now 11-9 here in the second set as Aldrin is right there. Back over the net go the Hornets. Collazo right there. Brown. Collazo. And Collazo gets himself a kill. Uri Collazo off of the momentum of his offense. As the referees now want to talk something over. They might be discussing whether that shot was even inbounds or it was out of bounds. And the Cougars will keep the point off the challenge by the Hornets. And that one goes out of bounds off the hands of Trulio, but apparently, according to the referees, that one stayed inbounds. So it'll be a 2-point lead again here for the Cougars by a score of 12-10. So the Hornets looking to get their way back here in the second set, as it'll be Mason McKenna here back for the serve. McKenna finds Aldrin on the other side of the net on the Cougar side. Jenkins right there as he puts that one in bounds, and the Cougars get a point back. So the Cougars, great job here to, after losing a point, getting the momentum right back and getting a point back off the hands of Dominic Jenkins. As Liam Aldrin will be back here for the serve. And Trulio met by a big block. And that point will go in favor of the Cougars. So Averett on a little bit of a momentum run here. As Aldrin steps back for the serve. Aldrin back over to McKenna. Back for the tip are the Hornets. And Freeman not quite able to dig that one out. And the Hornets get a point back here. And Freeman will check out here after that rally. And Hernandez will check back in. Aldrin right there. Brown sets for Breen. Breen on the attack. And that's off the hands of Jackson. And it'll be another point here for the Cougars as they get a quick point back after getting down a point. And we'll go to the break here on a timeout here by Lynchburg. We'll be right back here on the Averett Sports Network after this timeout here after the break. I'm Wyatt Ockpole here for the Averett Sports Network. We'll be right back here in just a moment. And welcome back to the Averett Sports Network. If you're just joining us, hi, I'm Wyatt Ockpole. Glad to be here with you for those who are tuning in from home here on Flow College. And that one is a quick kill from number 22, Bryce Jackson, as he gets a quick point back here for the Hornets. Again, glad to be here with you for this matchup here between the Cougars and the Hornets here in the second set by a score of 15-12 here in favor of Averett. And Williams right there for the kill as he lands one right in front of the Lynchburg defense. So a great job by the Cougars to get one to go, as Williams is right there for the kill as he gets one back quick for the Cougars. As Aldrin can't quite get that one back in, and that one goes flying into the stands. So it'll be a 3-point lead here for the Hornets. Back here is number 5. It's Jeremiah Costello. Right there is Hernandez. Back over to Brown. Over to Collazo. Back go the Hornets as that one lands inbounds off the hands of Collazo. So the Hornets cut the lead to just 2. And it'll be Costello here back for the serve. As that one goes way out of bounds and off the hands of the Hornets. Collazo here back for the serve. Over the neck of the Hornets, and right there for the block is Brown, and he didn't think he quite had that, but yet he lands right in front of the front line of the Lynchburg defense as he now puts the Cougars up by 4. So an exciting turn of events here in the second set, with the Cougars now leading by 4 points as Freeman gets there for the dig. Brown back over to Aldrin as that one goes out of bounds off the hands of Aldrin. That one goes over the net off the hands of Jackson. Over to Collazo as Collazo can't quite put that one back over the net. And Lynchburg is now back to within 2. As Collazo can't quite keep that one in bounds. As the Hornets now have pulled just to within one, and Coach Tiller wants to talk it over. We're going to take a break here on the Averett Sports Network, and we'll be right back here out of the timeout. With 12 seconds left to go in the timeout, it'll be Bryce Jackson here back for the serve. Jackson goes over the net, and Collazo right there for Trulio. Back over the net goes the Hornets. Go the Hornets, I should say. And Hernandez can't quite get there, as the Hornets have now come all the way back to tie this one up at 18. And Hernandez digs that one out. Aldrin right there. Brown back over the net. Back in the hands of Jackson. Over the net go the Hornets. Into the hands of Hernandez. Over to Aldrin. Backward to Collazo. Good route here going on by Trulio. Quick tip over the net goes Aldrin and Williams as they get one back. It's a 19-8 lead here, 19-18 lead here now for the Cougars. Hetherington back over the net to number 5. That's Jeremiah Costello. Brown right there. Collazo. Over the net goes Brown. Aldrin, I should say, as Aldrin can't quite get there. This one will now all be tied back up again here at 19. And it'll be Will Radeye here back for the serve here for the Hornets. Radeye over to Collazo. Radeye back to Nunez. Tipped by, looked like McKenna, as they thought that was a point. Back over the net is a big block here by Jackson and Brown, as they're doing a great job to get there. And another good block there by Aldrin and Jenkins, as they can't quite keep that one in bounds. So it'll be now a 1-point lead here for the Hornets, as this will be their first lead of the second set, as the Cougars have led much of the second set, and Aldrin can't quite get there. And it'll be a double tap in favor of the Cougars. So the Hornets now take a 2-point lead here by a score of 21-19. And that one goes into the net off the hands of Radeye. So that gives Averett back a point. And that one goes over the net for Brown. Back over the net. And a big block here by Liam Aldrin. Ties this one up at 21 for the Cougars, as they try to get the momentum back, and it'll be Luke Brown here back for the serve. Brown. Tipped by, looked like it was Nicholas Breen. And it'll be a point in favor of Averett. So the Cougars doing a great job here with staying competitive and not letting this one slip away. And that one comes quick, back in the hands of Friedman. Back over to Brown, who sets it for Aldrin. And block, but goes out of bounds, and it'll be a 23-21 lead here for the Cougars. So the Cougars now 2 points away from taking the second set and tying this one up at 1 set apiece. As the Hornets now want to call a timeout, we'll take a break here on the Averett Sports Network here for just about a minute. We'll be right back here in just a moment here, back for the continuation and conclusion of the second set. And it'll be Luke Brown here back for the serve. Brown over to McKenna. And that one comes quick over the net from number 2, Jordan Philomalia. And it'll be McKenna here back for the serve. Brown right there for Aldrin. Breen taps it back over. McKenna. Back over there is Radai. Over the net is Costello. And Luke Brown can't quite get there for the dig. And this one gets all tied back up at 23 apiece. And it'll be Mason Kenna here back for the serve. Kenna here back over to Aldrin, who Brown, who sets it up for Aldrin, as that is off the hands of the Hornets, specifically number 11, Wyatt Nunez. Sorry, their last name is pronounced Nunez. Not Nunez, Nunez. And back over the net goes Trulio. And Collazo right there. And the Cougars will argue it over with the referees, as Collazo is pleading his case. As the head coach for the Cougars will argue it over. And it'll be Freeman here to check out here for the Cougars. And it'll be a point in favor of the Hornets, if you hadn't quite saw. And that one will go as a point in favor of the Hornets. And rules state, if you haven't read NCAA volleyball rules, that if it comes down to being tied at 24 in the second set or later, things have to be, the set or match has to be won by 2 points or more, as that one will be off the hands of Radai, and the Cougars will come back to tie this one up at 25. So the rule is win by 2. It'll be Jenkins here back for the serve. Back for Nunez. And that one goes out of bounds, and there will be a point in favor of Lynchburg. And that one will go out of bounds, and the Cougars come back to tie up. So back and forth we go. And it'll be Nick Breen here back for the serve. Kenna right there over to Radeye. And that one goes long. And the Cougars will get a point back, and they'll take a 1-point lead here, 27-26. So a competitive second set here in the Grand Center, as the Cougars now lead by 1. Breen here back for the serve. Tipped by Radeye, as Freeman can't quite get there. As Lynchburg will bring this one back to 27 apiece. Back over the net is Hernandez off the hands of the Hornets. Luke Brown right there. Colazzo over to Trulio. Over to Radeye. Over to Kenna. Kenna can't quite, or say Hernandez can't quite keep that one going. And it'll be now a 1-point lead for the Hornets. So the Hornets now have the chance to put the Cougars away here in the second set and take a 2-0 set lead. Or give the Cougars back a point. As Brown is right there for Colazzo. Hernandez right there. Set by Brown. Over the net by Aldrin. Radeye. Over to Kenna. Off the hands of Breen. And Lynchburg will come away officially with the 2-0 set lead here in the Grant Center by a final score of 29-27. So to the third set we go here at Averett. We'll be right back here on the Averett Sports Network with the start of the third set. To the third set we go with the Cougars on quite the competitive streak. That one came down to the wire which team was going to take the second set, but the Hornets prevailed after pulling out a 2-point lead, 29-27 here in the Grant Center in the second set. So the Hornets now pull to a 2-0 set lead as the Hornets look to avoid a 3-0 set sweep here in this one, as the first point on the board goes for the Cougars off of the Lynchburg attack that goes way off the back line. It'll be Luke Brown here back for the serve. Nunez back to Trulio. Over to Brown, sets it for Breen. Over the net goes Radai, back over to Trulio. Over to Brown, over to Aldrin, as Aldrin puts that one in for the Cougars, as the Cougars now jump out to a 2-0 lead. So 2 consecutive sets now for the Cougars. A big bright spot is they're able to come out of the last 2 sets with a lead by at least 2 points or more. As Radai with quite the missile off of the arm of Collazo. As Collazo can't handle that one, nor do I blame him, as that one came off as an absolute rocket. As Hernandez gets to that one. Brown back over to Breen. Over to Nunez. Back over the net by Radai. Big block by the Cougars. Back over the net. Another big block here by the Cougars, as that one will be off the hands of Jenkins and Aldrin, as that one goes out of bounds. So it'll be off the hands of the Cougars. So it'll be a point in favor of Lynchburg. So Lynchburg comes back to tie this one up at 2. And that one goes over the net, and the Cougars get a point back. So it'll be Liam Aldrin here back for the serve, as that one goes over the net and into the opponent territory. And will land right in front of the Lynchburg defense, as the Cougars now pull out to a 2-point lead. So the Cougars definitely trying to avoid a 3-0 set sweep here to the Hornets. Back over there is Trulio. And that one goes in, and it'll be off the hands of Jenkins, as he comes back to put that one over the top. It'll be Liam Aldrin here back for the serve. Aldrin over the net, over to Nunez. Over the net go the Hornets, and that one goes out of bounds. And the Cougars now out to a 4-point lead, 6-2 in the third set. So the Cougars coming out and building a 4-point lead now here with Liam Aldrin here, hoping to continue the momentum. And on the attack is Radai, and that one goes out of bounds, and a big block here for the Cougars. And the women's volleyball team here, who is in attendance for the Cougars here at Averett, finds every right to, they have every right to celebrate, as the Cougars with a great point there, as they have now built a 5-point lead. And as the Hornets all of a sudden can't quite figure it out. And that will be off the hands of Freeman. So the Hornets, as I misspoke, as I was just speaking, get a point back off the hands of Freeman, and it'll be a serve here for Pennington. Pennington back over to Aldrin, over to Brown, who sets it for Collazo. Collazo with the tip, dug out by Aldrin. Great job there by Aldrin to get there. Breen goes out of bounds as he can't quite put that one back in. So a 2-point streak here for the Hornets. As Aldrin and Hernandez get there, Breen off the hands of Kenna. Tip over the net is Aldrin, over the net to Brown. Tip over the net is Collazo. Hernandez right there for the dig. Collazo back again, second chance opportunity. This one lands inbound this time. And there'll be a 4-point Averett lead by a score of 8-4. And it'll be Dominic Jenkins here back for the serve. Jenkins gets over to Nunez. And a quick kill comes off the hands of number 5. That's Jeremiah Costello as he gets one back for the Hornets. Back over the net go the Hornets. Tipped by Brown. Williams right there. Radai right there for the Hornets. Trulio. Great dig out by Aldrin. Brown back over the net. Back over to Trulio. Kenna right there, but that one goes out of bounds as he couldn't keep that one in. As Collazo thought that one landed out of bounds, but apparently that one landed inbounds, so it'll be a point here for Trulio and the Hornets as he'll go be back for the serve. Brown. And Breen gets there for the Cougars as the Cougars get a point back. As Averett jumps back out to a 3-point lead. Breen back over the net on the serve. Collazo right there off the hands of Costello. Over to Brown, and the Hornets can't get there. As Trulio tried to dig that one out, but couldn't quite get there in time. And the Cougars now find themselves with a 10-6 lead here. And it'll be Breen here back for the serve. Breen over the net. And a big block on the part of the Cougars, but can't quite keep that one in bounds. And so back over the net on the serve is number 5. That's Jeremiah Costello as he now brings the Hornets to within 2 by a score of 10-8. So back for the serve is Costello. He'll find Aldrin. And the Cougars get a point back off the excellent offensive possession by the Cougars. So they now find themselves with a 3-point lead again here by a score of 11-8 here in the third set. So Collazo back for his first serve of the day. It'll be off the hands of Nunez. And that will be an ace here for the Cougars and Collazo. Collazo back over the net. Right there, goes into the scoreboard. Wow, that was strong. I've never seen something like that happen before. as the Cougars get one back. And build a 13-9 lead here. Back over the net is serve is the Cougars, and that one goes into the net. And the Cougars get yet another point. And a big block here by Jenkins and Brown. And another big block here by Jenkins and Brown, as that one goes into net, and the hard work pays off here for the Cougars. As the Hornets want to talk it over, and Brown is thrilled. We'll be right back here on the Averett Sports Network. The hard work pays off here for the Cougars as they now take a 15-9 lead. We'll be right back here on the Averett Sports Network and Flow College after this. (15-9) is the lead here for Averett, as Joel Hetherington is back here for the serve for the Cougars. Back over the net is McKenna, and that one will be off the hands of Nicholas Breen. And Aiden Williams will check back in, as well as Julian Hernandez. So Williams, quick check in and out here for the Cougars, as well as Joel Hetherington. Back over the net go the Hornets. 15-10 is the score. Adrian right there. Back over the net go the Hornets. Kennel right there. Breen able to bring that one out. Quick tap. Hernandez right there. Brown. Colazzo. And the double tap here by the Cougars lands them now just within a 4-point lead of the Hornets, tying this one up. And that one goes over the net off the hands of Radai. And it'll be 16-11 now with Brown here back for the serve. Nunez right there, dug out by Radai. Chuck Friedman right there, Aldrin. Aldrin's attack goes way over the net and to the Hornet bench, as the Hornets now pulled it within 4. Back over the net is Colazzo. Over the net is Breen, and Breen gets a kill of his own. And the Cougars jump out to a 5-point lead now. Aldrin. Over the net to Kenna. Over to Radai. Back over to Costello. Brown right there for the tip. Back for Colazzo. And the referee says out of bounds in favor of the Hornets. So that point will go to Lynchburg. And it'll be Pennington here back for the serve. Pennington over to Aldrin. Back over to Brown. Sets it up for Colazzo. Back to Radai. Cholio right there for Brown. Sets it up for Hernandez. Sets it up for Colazzo. Back over the net. Good rally here from both teams. Back to Kenna. And Kenna puts one away for the Hornets. So a great rally pays off here for the Hornets as they are able to slow it down, slow the pace down, and get a point back and pull to within just 3 of the Cougar lead. And that one goes out of bounds. (18-14) now is the score here after the Cougar point. And Jenkins will be back for the serve, McKenna. And that one was put away by number 5, Jeremiah Colazzo, as he was able to find some space right in between the front and back lines for the Hornets. Let's see, for the Cougars. And I'll go over the net, off the hands of number 7. That's Joshua Davis getting his first minutes in this one. And it'll be another point here for the Cougars as they now jump out to a 4-point lead here. It'll be Nicholas Breen here back for the serve. Back over to Radai. Over the net goes Davis. Back over to Brown. Sets up for Aldrin. Aldrin swipes it over the net. Over to Radai. Fake by the attacker for Lynchburg. That was number 22 for Lynchburg. That was Bryce Jackson. So the Hornets get a point back, and it'll be Costello here for the serve. Costello over the back line. And it'll be a point here for the Cougars as they now pull it within just 5 of saving this match and cutting the lead of sets in half. And that one goes off the hands of Bryce Jackson as he gets a quick kill. And that one goes off the back line. It'll be another point here for the Cougars. So the countdown is on for the Cougars to get a setback here in the Grant Center as they fight to stay alive here in this one. Hetherington back for the serve as he can't quite put that one back over the net. And he'll check out here for Aiden Williams. Williams will get a few minutes here in this one. And he'll check back out and join Chuck Friedman on the bench as well as Hetherington. Colazzo right there for Brown. Back over the net goes Aldrin. Over the net is Radai. Over to Nunez. Over to Kenna. Swipe by Brown. Good save by Radai. Over to Davis. Dug out by Hernandez. And that one hits the pole. Right next to the right in front of the referee. So it'll be a Lynchburg point here as they now pull it within just 2 of the Cougar lead. As Colazzo gets one back. Brown. Aldrin gets one to go. As he now gives the Cougars a 3-point lead. Davis, Friedman off the hands of Friedman. And it'll be a point back here for Lynchburg. Back over the net goes McKenna. Back over to Aldrin, over to Brown. He sets up for Aldrin. It'll be off the hands of Kenna. And that'll be a point in favor of the Cougars. So the Cougars now pulled it within 2 of taking the third set. Over the net goes Aldrin. Over to Radai. Back off the back line. And that'll be a Cougar point. And the Cougars, and both the Cougar fans and the Cougars themselves are fired up. And back over the net go the Cougars as they give the Hornets back a point, and the Cougars are still 1 point from set point here in the Grant Center. And they are only 1 point away from taking the third set. And back over the net to Aldrin. Off the hands, looks like it was Pennington. Over the net goes Costello, saved by Hernandez. Over to Radai. Great dig there by Aldrin. Breen right there, but a big block here comes off the hands of Jackson and Costello and keeps the streak alive here for the Hornets as they now pull it within 2. Pennington back for the serve. Back over to Brown. Colazo right there. Hernandez over to Brown. Back over to Colazo. Colazo can't quite get there as that one goes out of bounds. So the Cougars all of a sudden go completely cold. And Averett wants to talk it over, and Coach Tillman wants to discuss it with his team. We'll take a quick break here on the Averett Sports Network, and we'll be right back here in just a moment. Back here on the Averett Sports Network as the Cougars get a point back and tie this one up, or say get a point back and take the third set as they take their first set of the day here by a final score of 25-23. And we'll go to the break here on the Averett Sports Network as the Cougars get one back on the Hornets as we come into the fourth set. We're going to take a break here and jump aside. We'll be right back here on the Averett Sports Network for the start of the fourth set here in this one. Here, again, if you're just joining us, I'm Wyatt Ockpole. I'll be right back here on the Averett Sports Network here on Flow College in just a minute. To the fourth set we go as the Cougars take one back here from the Hornets as they look to tie this one up here at 2 sets apiece here hopefully in the fourth set. Again, if you're just joining us, hi, I'm Wyatt Ockpole. Glad to be here with you for those who are tuning in here online, here on Flow College. And to those who are also in person, glad you're here with us here for this great ODAC matchup here between the Averett University Cougars here at home in Danville against the visiting Hornets of Lynchburg University. Starting here for the Cougars here in the fourth set, it looks like it'll be Jenkins, Brown, Hernandez, Aldrin, Colazzo, and Breen. And Freeman will be back on the sidelines. To start with them, it'll be Hernandez here to be the libero. And that one goes out of bounds off the hands of the Hornets. And it'll be a 1-0 lead here for the Cougars to start out the fourth set. It'll be Brown here back for the serve. It'll be Davis back over to Ratty. And Freeman tried to dig that one out, and he can't quite get there. And Hernandez will be back in here for the Cougars. So after that kill for the Hornets, that one ties this one up at 1 point apiece. It'll be Davis here back for the serve as that one goes way off the back line. And it'll be a point here for the Cougars as that one went way over the head of Liam Aldrin. So Liam Aldrin will serve this one away here for the Cougars. Aldrin back over the net to Nunez. Kenna right there. Big block by Jenkins and Breen. Back again goes the attack for the Hornets. And that one will be killed by Jeremiah Colazzo, the sophomore out of Chesterfield, Virginia. And it'll be Sam Pennington who will get it back over the net for Hernandez. Colazzo right there, but he's met by the brick wall of Jackson and Costello, but that point will go out of bounds. It'll go for the Cougars as they come back and get one back for their side as they now take a 3-2 lead. And that one goes off the back line. As Jenkins will check out here. A little dance here for Jenkins. We'll check out here for Hernandez, the libero. The other libero, I should say, for the Cougars in their gold jersey. And it'll be, looks like it'll be Costello back here for the serve. And Breen right there for the kill as the Cougars get one back as they take yet again a 1 point lead here, 4-3. And it'll be Nicholas Breen here back for the serve. Breen off the hands of Nunez. Jackson bumped back over the net. But there is Brown, and Brown puts that one away. So the Cougars on a little bit of a revenge tour as they take a 5-3 lead here in the fourth set. Back over the net is Davis. Off the hands of Radai. Kenna on the attack. Dug out by Freeman. Colazzo off the hands of Davis. Over to Ratty. And that one will be bumped back over the net and fallen over the net by Kenna as he puts that one away for the Hornets. And it'll it'll be Kenna here back for the serve, and it'll find the hands of Aldrin as Hernandez can't quite get there for the dig. As Brown tried to keep that one up in the air for Hernandez, but Hernandez couldn't quite dig that one out. So he'll give the Hornets back a point, and the Hornets will come back to tie this one up at 5. And it'll be Kenna here back for the serve. Collazo over to Brown. Back over to Collazo. Kenna right there. Back over to Ratty. Back over to Davis. Off the hands of Hernandez. Aldrin right there on the back line. Brown tried to swipe it over the net, and it'll be a Hornet point. So Lynchburg all of a sudden now after being down by 2 or 3 points comes back to take a 1-point lead here, 6-5. It'll be Kenna here back for the serve. As that one stays in, it'll be an ace for Kenna. So it'll be Kenna here again back for the serve as Collazo digs that one out. Hernandez sets it up back for Collazo. As Collazo is met by a brick wall, who just absolutely we're not going to be intimidated with Ratty coming over there and getting the block. So it'll be a timeout here called for in the hands of Averett. So we'll be back here on the Averett Sports Network in just a moment for the continuation of the fourth set with Lynchburg up by a score of 8-5. Back here on the Averett Sports Network with Kenna here back for the serve. Working with a 3-point lead here for the Hornets. Kenna gets over the net to Aldrin. Brown right there sets up for Collazo. And Breen can't quite get there, as he gives the Hornets a 4-point lead as the Hornets jump out to a 9-5 lead now here in the Grant Center. Kenna, absolute missile off the hands of Aldrin as he's able to dig that one out. And Collazo and Hernandez with a little miscommunication as the Cougars all of a sudden have gone cold. The lead is now 10-5 here for the Hornets. Kenna over the net is Aldrin. Brown over to Collazo, tips over the net for the Hornets as a big block here comes for the Hornets. It's a great job there by the Cougars to get over there on time, and the Cougars get one back on the help side effort. Back over the net is Nunez. Over to Jackson, off the hands of Freeman. Collazo right there, swiped over the net by Brown. Back is Kenna, over to Ratty. And an absolute missile of a kill comes off the hands of number 7, Joshua Davis, as he puts that one away for the Hornets. So Lynchburg comes back and gets one back. So it'll be Bryce Jackson here back for the serve for the Hornets. Over the net goes Jackson. Colazzo's right there for the bump. Set up by Brown as that one's hit into the ceiling and lands in bounds. Boy, that was quite a lucky bounce here for the Cougars. As that one went off the ceiling and landed in bounds right on the corner behind the Lynchburg defense. So Hetherington will get one over the net. And that'll be off the hands of Hetherington. So it'll be a Lynchburg serve. He'll be Ratty over to Colazzo, up by Brown. Jenkins right there. Colazzo can't quite dig that one out. It is all Hornets right now up by a score of 13-7 here in the Grand Center, here in the fourth set. Hernandez set up by Brown. Davis right there for Kenna, and a big block here for Jenkins. Gives the Cougars back a point. Great job by Jenkins to be able to meet the ball up in the air and to be able to get there in time. Brown over the back of the net, dug out by the Hornets. Over to Brown, over to Aldrin, and a big block lanes out of bounds. And the Cougars come back with a little momentum of their own. Brown over the net for Nunez. Tapped around, over to Friedman. Over to Brown, set by Brown for Aldrin. Davis, Freeman with another great dig, and the Cougars keep this one alive. And that'll be a double tap in favor of the Hornets. So the Hornets have really gotten out to a hot start here in the fourth set. As Davis goes over the net to Jenkins. Breen right there. As that one lands out of bounds, says the referee. Davis over the net to Brown, sets up for Jenkins, and it'll be off the hands of Ratty, however you pronounce it. So Rady, I should say, sorry. That's how you actually pronounce it. I'm sorry for the mistakes the whole time. That one was off of Rady. Aldrin off the hands of the Hornets. And a little bit of a celebration here comes for the Cougars as they come back here and cut the deficit to just within 5. And it'll be Liam Aldrin here back for the serve. Davis over to Friedman. Breen right there for the kill as he puts that one away for the Cougars. Hearing some howls here from the women's volleyball team on the fan side of things. And Aldrin is over there with Davis. Back over to Kenna, and Kenna puts that one away here for the Hornets as they now jump back out to a 4-point lead. And it'll be Sam Pennington here back for the serve for Lynchburg. Pennington back over the net, over to Brown, over Colazzo, and that'll be off the hands of the head coach for Lynchburg. And he says, "My bad." So it'll be Dominic Jenkins here back for the serve. Back over to Davis. Swiped over the net. There is Davis. Brown over to Algin. Sets it for Breen. Breen taps back over the net. Met by the defense for Lynchburg. Dug up by Rady. And that one lands out of bounds. It'll be a Cougar point. So the Cougars have some momentum now. As Jenkins comes back for the serve. Jenkins goes over that to Nunez. Over to Rady. And that one lands inbounds off the hands of a tip by Kenna. So the Hornets stop the Cougar run. And back over the net goes Costello. Breen out of bounds to save that one. Back over the net to Costello. Kenna is there. And it'll be off the hands of Algin. And the same thing happened earlier on to Lynchburg. Now happens to Averett as that one goes off the hands of Leon Algin. Hits the top of the ceiling here in the Grant Center. And comes back and hits the other side of the corner. Here for the Cougars, which gives the Hornets a point. So the Hornets now find themselves up by a score of 19-14, looking to put this one away and in the books. As that was a tip over the hands of Brown, over Collazo, and a big block by the Hornets, but goes out of bounds, and it'll be now a 4-point lead here for Lynchburg. Breen here back for the serve. Davis right there for Lynchburg. Kenna off the hands of, gets a kill off the hands of Williams and Brown. So only 5 points away here for the Hornets to put this one into the win column. And the Cougars try to stay alive. Hernandez right there. Nunez. Back over the net goes Davis, and Davis with an absolute rocket as he puts his team back to a 6-point lead. As the Cougars now want to talk it over, and we'll be right back here on the Averett Sports Network just after this. Baseball. Oh, wow, what happened there? Hold on. Back here on the Averett Sports Network as the Hornets continue their momentum. Back to serve is Kenna, and Kenna can't quite get that one back over the net, so the Cougars get one back. Collazo goes over the net to Kenna. Right there is Rady. Back is Davis, as Davis can't quite get that one back over the net, as Davis gives the Cougars back a point, and the Cougars are not out of this game whatsoever. Collazo over the net to Costello. And Brown swipes one over, back over to Rady. Blocked by the Cougars. Aiden Williams right there. Davis. Breen right there for the save. 2 quick digs by the Cougars as they can't quite get that one back over and save the rally. So 2 points away here are the Hornets from putting this one away and into the win column. And another win here for Lynchburg. Over the net is Jackson, and he gives Lynchburg a point, and he gives the Hornets a chance for not just set point, but match point from taking this fourth and final set. Jackson goes long on the serve. So not over yet as Williams checks out for Hetherington. As Coach Tiller will give Hetherington a chance here to serve. Hetherington dug out by Kenna. Swiped over the net, and that one goes out of bounds off the hands of number 20, Stefan Kapitanoff, the junior out of Midlothian, Virginia. Hetherington over the net. Aldrin right there for Brown. Back to Aldrin. Back to Brown. Over to Collazo. Collazo sets it for Aldrin. Aldrin met by a big block, and that one is what puts it away for the Hornets as they add a win to their record as they take the fourth and final set of this one, 25-19, as the Cougars stayed competitive, but they couldn't quite get back into this one and tie it up at 2 sets apiece. We're going to take a break here on the Averett Sports Network, and we'll be back here for the start of the first set of the second game here in the Grant Center. Here with the Cougars taking on the Owls of Warren Wilson College. We'll be right back here on the Averett Sports Network in just a little bit here for stats and pregame here for the next game. welcome back to the Averett Sports Network. Again, if you're just joining us, hi, I'm Wyatt Ockpole. Very, very glad to be here with you. We had a close match in the first one of this here in the Grand Center between the Averett University Cougars, who come into their second game here against the Owls of Warren Wilson College, who come in here for the second time this season, looking to avenge their loss to the Cougars, who last time beat them 3-0 here in the same facility. This time we see another new roster addee. It's number 13, Isaiah Thomas. So if you look out there on the court, you see number 13. Oh, he's not on the roster. That's Isaiah Thomas. He was recruited along with Archie off of the men's Warren Wilson College basketball team. And it looks like Archie and Thomas will spend some time on the bench to start this one. Hopefully they'll get some playing time as they did last time out here in the Grand Center. Looking at the starting lineups here for both teams. Looks like it'll be number 4, William Bush. Number 5, Kyan Ivy. Number 8, Tucker Jeffrey. Number 11, Leighton Stark. Number 1, Steve Moody. And number 9, Gabriel Fry. So a similar lineup to the last time this team was in here, as Ivy gets this team going. And that'll be a point that lands just off of the line. And it'll be Warren Wilson to get on the board first here in the first set of this one. So it'll be Ivy here back for the serve. Freeman right there. Breen on the attack, and it'll be off the hands of Stark and Jeffrey. So it'll be a 1-1 tie here to start this one between Averett and Warren Wilson. So it'll be Liam Aldrin here back for the serve. Bush right there for Ivy. Over to Stark. Aldrin right there. Colazzo. Moody. Bump to Brown. Over to Friedman. Back to Colazzo, and Colazzo's strike goes way off the back line. And it'll be yet another point here for Warren Wilson as the Owls come out with a 2-1 lead here in the first set. Bush goes over the net to Freeman. Brown right there for Colazzo. Colazzo looking for a kill as he was able to get it off the hands of off the hands of Farai and Jeffrey this time on the far side, on the front of the net. And Dominic Jenkins will take the serve. Ivy's right there. Sets it for Stark, and Stark puts one away for the Owls. So Leighton Stark keeping this game even. And the first minute of today for number 12, that's Archie Evans, the freshman out of Sydney, Australia. As that one gets off the serve of Tucker Jeffrey. Ivy right there for Farai. Brown's tip, and Freeman can't quite get there and keep it in bounds as the Owls have come out and taken a 4-2 lead here in the Grant Center with Tucker Jeffrey here back to serve. Jeffrey over the net to Aldrin. Aldrin can't quite keep it in bounds, and the Owls have come out and taken a 5-2 lead here over Averett here in the Grant Center. Jeffrey back for the serve. And that one goes long this time as Averett gets a point back. As Julian Hernandez will check in this time not as a libero, but as a regular part of the team, with Chuck Freeman the only one this time wearing a gold jersey for the Cougars. Hernandez back for the serve. Ivy. Stark, a big block there from Williams and Colazzo, as the Owls could not quite know what to do with that one after the rocket off the hands of Uri Colazzo. Hernandez back for the serve. Over to Bush, back to Ivy. Right there is Farai, and Farai gets another one back here for the Owls as the Owls come back on a 2-point lead. And it'll be Stark here back to serve. Stark over the net to Aldrin. Aldrin can't quite handle that one again. So Aldrin having a little bit of trouble getting his bump going. As it'll be Stark here back for the serve for the Owls. Colazzo set by Brown, and a big kill here comes to the part of Aiden Williams, assisted by Luke Brown. So the Cougars pulled within a 2-point deficit. Bush right there off the serve. Ivy. As a long strike comes out of the hands of Farai. So it'll be Uri Colazzo here back to serve with a 1-point deficit as Ivy sets it up for Farai. And it'll be off the hands of Brown. And it'll be a point here for the Owls as they have now gotten back out to an 8-6 lead here in Danville. Farai on the serve. That one goes way long off the back line. So the Cougars pulled it within one, and Friedman checks out here for Hetherington, as well as Aiden Williams checking back out. Ivy saves it out of bounds. Bush right there. Hernandez, a little miscommunication. Hetherington unable to get there for the dig. So right now the Cougars having a little bit of trouble tying this one up after getting down by just 2 points. And it'll be Moody here now back for the serve. Steve Moody, the 5'8" freshman out of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Aldrin right there for Brown. Set for Aldrin. Back over the net goes Aldrin. Sets it for Brown. Sets it for Jenkins. Jenkins right there for the tip. And Aldrin can't quite get there for the dig. So a 3-point lead now here for Warren Wilson here in the first set. As Moody will get it over the net. Saved by Jenkins. Colazzo right there. Out is Stark over to Colazzo. By Brown. Swiped over the net, but saved by Stark. Bush can't quite get it back over the net. And it still can't quite be dug out by Bush. As Julian Hernandez will check out here for the Cougars. As Brown goes over the net for Farai. Back to Stark. Tipped to net for Bush as Bush gets that one out of bounds. And the referees will say point goes to Averett, and the Cougars have now pulled into just within one. So let's see whether the Cougars can keep this momentum up and tie this one up at 10. As Bush off the wall of Breen and Jenkins as Aldrin finishes that one off, and the Cougars have pulled it within the tie. So the Cougars doing a great job here of staying competitive and not giving up on the play. And Bush can't quite get there, and that'll be another point here for Averett. So Averett comes back from being down by 3 points and takes a 1-point lead. Brown. It'll be off the hands of Bush. And it'll be a timeout here called by Warren Wilson. The head coach wants to talk it over. We'll be right back here on the Averett Sports Network in just a moment. Right back here on the Averett Sports Network with Luke Brown here for the serve. That'll be Stark. Bush on the tip. And that will land inbounds right in front of Nicholas Breen and Luke Brown. So the Owls get a point back and get the score to 12-11 in favor of the Cougars. This time it'll be Ivy here on the serve. Brown sets it for Breen. Breen can't quite get the attack and the kill and keep that one in bounds. So the Owls on that one that went out of bounds get a point back and tie this one up back at 12. So a competitive first set here in the Grant Center, here in the second match between Averett and Warren Wilson. It will be Liam Aldrin here back for the serve. Aldrin over to Ivy, back over to Bush, and Luke Brown can't quite set it up for Friedman. This time it'll land right in front of Jenkins. As another tie happens here at 13. Collazo for Breen, over to Bush, over to Ivy, who sets it up for Stark, and Freeman can't get there, and there'll be a kill and a point here for Warren Wilson. This time it'll be Bush here back for the serve, as Bush can't put that one in the net, over the net, I should say. The junior out of Statesville, North Carolina. Jenkins back for the serve. Bush right there for Ivy, who sets it up. This time, big block by Breen and Williams. But the point goes to Warren Wilson, as that one goes out of bounds. So it'll be Tucker Jeffrey here back for the serve. And a dig by William Aldrin. Collazo right there, and Collazo gets the dig. Excellent shot by Uri Collazo to put one in the back of the defense. And get Averett back to a tie here at 15. This time it'll be Julian Hernandez here for the serve, and Bush meets that one, and Stark finds one up and empty in the air and comes down with it. And it'll be Stark here for the serve. Brown, Williams, off the hands of Bush. Stark again, back to Ivy, as Ivy can't put it back into the net, back over the net, and the Cougars get a point back. And again, we'll be all tied up at 16. Collazo goes over the net and off the hands of Farai. and the Cougars take back a 1-point lead. Colazo on the serve. Bush right there to meet the serve. Over to Ivy, back over to Stark. And that one goes out off the hands of Stark, and it'll be a point for the Cougars. And the Cougars now on a little bit of a streak. Colazo over the net to Stark. Ivy. Archie gets that one over the net. Brown on the swipe over the net. Stark over to Ivy. Back to Farai. Dug out by Hernandez. Back to Brown. Over to Aldrin and off the hands of Evans and Ivy. And that one will go out of bounds. And it'll be another point here for the Cougars as the Cougars start to pull away. And it'll be a timeout called by Warren Wilson. Timeout called by the head coach. We'll be right back here on the Averett Sports Network here on Flow College. And we'll be right back after this one here on the Averett Sports Network. As the buzzer sounds and up here in the broadcast booth, again here, I'm White Acapulco. Glad you're here with us here on the Averett Sports Network as Uriah Colazo is the one to serve it over the net as Stark finds the set over to Ivy, back over to Farai, and Farai gets the kill. So Warren Wilson comes out and adds some firepower. And Farai, well-deserving, gets the serve here for Warren Wilson as Colazo is right there. Back to Brown, who sets up Williams, and Williams with the kill for Averett. So Averett now only 5 points away here from set point. Now with a 3-point lead as Williams will check out here for the Cougars. Waiting to check back in as Hetherington is right there. Stark back over to Ivy, over to Bush. And that one goes out of bounds. And it'll be a Cougar point. So Hetherington will be the one here back for the serve. That's Colazo over to Stark. And that one goes out of bounds. And the Cougars now only 3 points away from taking set point. Back over the net goes Stark. And sorry, that's Hetherington as the Cougars now draw a point closer to taking set point. It'll be Joel Hetherington here back for the serve. Bush meets that one back over to Ivy, over to Archie Evans, over to Hetherington. Colazo right there, over to Farai, over to Ivy, back to Bush. Blocked there from the front line. Ivy sets it for Bush. Tries again. Can't quite get the second chance opportunity. And the Cougars now pull to within 1 point of set point. So the Cougars now within 1 point of set point. Liam Aldrin tried to put that one away quickly, but Stark right there. Bush, Hetherington on the bump. Set it for Brown, sets it for Aldrin. And that one goes way off the back line from Ivy and Evans. And Averett takes the first set in this one, 25-17, with the Cougars taking the first set, 1-0. And we're going to take a break here on the Averett Sports Network with the start of the second set looming. And we'll be right back here on the Averett Sports Network here on Flow College in just a minute. As we come to the start of the second set here in Danville between Averett University and Warren Wilson College. After Averett won that first set, 25-17. So Warren Wilson now down 1-0. And the Cougars looking for a second set win here in this one. It'll be Ivy here back for the serve. Aldrin finds Jenkins on the bump. Aldrin again, back over to Farai. Finds Ivy, back over to Bush, and Bush met by the big front wall. That is Dominic Jenkins and Luke Brown as that one lands inbounds. There was nothing that the defense for Warren Wilson could do about that one. As Brown back over Farai. Tipped by Stark. Over to Brown. Back over to Collazo. Sets it for Breen. And Breen gets a kill as he finds some space on the open floor. And puts that one away here in this second set as the Cougars take a 2-point lead. Farai off the serve by the Cougars. Bush right there. Can't be dug out by Freeman. So set to serve here is William Bush, the junior out of Statesville, North Carolina, as that one goes way off the back line. And it'll be a point here for the Cougars. Over the net is Hernandez off the hands of Bush. Back to Farai as Farai can't put that one back over the net. And the Cougars will find themselves on a 3-point streak. And Hernandez goes straight into the net. And it'll be Tucker Jeffrey here back for the serve after getting a point back. And that one goes off the back line, off the hands of Jeffrey. So the Cougars get a point back, and the serve, it'll be Dominic Jenkins here back for the Cougars. Jenkins on the serve, off the hands of Stark. Jeffrey saves it, keeps in bounds. Farai right there. Hernandez rather easily is able to bump it. And Collazo gets the point for the Cougars, so the hard work yet again pays off here for Averett. As they take now a 6-2 lead here in the Grant Center. It'll be Dominic Jenkins here back for the serve as that one goes off the head of Aiden Williams and goes straight into the net, hoping Williams is okay. He looks okay. And that one is served over by Stark. Stark over to Ivy, back over to Brown. Breen finds the tip. Jeffrey right there for the dig. And can't quite get it over the net, and it'll be another point here for the Cougars. So Breen now checks out and gets a breather along with Dominic Jenkins and Liam Aldrin. So Hetherington will be back here for the serve. Bush over to Ivy. Ivy sets it for Farai, and Collazo can't quite get there to dig that one out. So it'll be a point back here for Warren Wilson. It'll be Farai here back for the serve. Farai gets over the net to Hernandez. Back over to Brown. Tipped over. And Farai can't quite get there to save it. And it'll be another point here for the Cougars. And the Cougars have now taken a 4-point lead with Julian Hernandez checking out here for the Cougars. As Liam Aldrin will come back in. Collazo on the serve. Ivy to set it for Bush. Bush back over the net. And that will be off the hands of Brown. And it will go out of bounds. It'll be a Warren Wilson possession. As Archie Evans will check out here. And a warm welcome by Isaiah Thomas, his new teammate. Moody, who comes in now for the Owls. A little tip over the net by Brown. As he's able to put that one over the defense, right in front of the defense. So the Cougars now take a 4-point lead, and it'll be up to Aiden Williams here to give the Cougars a 5-point commanding lead. And just as I spoke, that one goes way out of bounds as Freeman will check back in here for the Cougars. So it'll be Ivy here on the serve. Back over Brown. Jenkins on the hard strike, and it'll be a point going for the Owls. Ivy over to Aldrin. Back to Ivy. Over the net goes Stark, and that'll be off the hands, I believe, of Joel Hetherington. And it'll be now just a 1-point deficit here for the Warren Wilson Owls, who have come back here from a 4-point deficit. Brown right there for Aldrin, as Aldrin couldn't quite meet the back corner. So Warren Wilson comes all the way back here in the second set to tie this one up at 9. As Ivy comes back over and serves that one into the net. And it seems like our fans here are familiar with the visiting team. Ivy sets that one up for Bush. As Bush's shot lands right to the right of Brown, as the Owls come back to tie it up yet again here at 10 apiece. As I get a little wave up here in the broadcast booth. And that'll be a point here for Warren Wilson as they now take an 11-10 lead. It'll be Bush here back for the serve here for for Warren Wilson, as Freeman will be there to meet it. Brown right there for Breen. And Breen is met by the big wall of Stark and Jeffries. But that one goes out of bounds, and it'll be inbounds, and it'll be a 1-point Warren Wilson lead here in the second set. So Bush here back for the serve. Bush over that to Aldrin. Back over to Brown, back over to Aldrin. Stark over to Ivy. Sets it for Bush, as Bush mistimed that one. Aldrin couldn't quite meet that one, but it's saved by Jenkins. Collazo right there. Good rally here from both teams. Bush. Back over to Stark. Dug out by Breen. Excellent save there by Nicholas Breen, the senior out of the local Danville area. And that one goes out of bounds off the strike of Leighton Stark. And Aldrin will check out here now for the Cougars. And it will be a serve here for Julian Hernandez, who comes back in. Brown right there for Ivy, who sets it for Farai for an excellent attack, but goes way out of bounds, and this one is all tied up here at 12. Hernandez over the net, and that one goes. Referee says point over to Warren Wilson, as that one was just off of the back line. So 1-point lead again here for the Owls. As number 12, Archie Evans checks back in. The first year out of Sydney, Australia. Quite a fan favorite here in Danville, of the home side. And he's met by Evans. And a big block by Stark and Evans, as Collazo could not put that one away. as Collazo looks like he was poked in the eye. So he'll be looked at by the athletic trainer here at Averett. It'll be Tucker Jeffries here working with a 2-point lead here in the second set by a score of 14-12. As Coach Tiller talking something over with the referees. As Collazo will get a water break and he'll come back in. So he'll get a little bit of a breather. He looks okay. As the referee talks something over at the table. And we will get back underway. And Tucker Jeffries will be on the serve. He'll find Collazo, who's back in for the Cougars. Breen right there on the attack. Breen can't quite keep it back over the net. And the Owls will pull out to a 3-point lead. So Tucker Jeffries here back again for the serve. He'll find Friedman for the Cougars, back with Brown, and that one will be off the hand of Virai Collazo as that one goes long and out of bounds. And it'll be Tucker Jeffries here back for the serve as the Owls have now built a 4-point lead here over the Cougars here in Danville. As Ivy wanted that one, he called for it. And that one will go out of bounds. So the Cougars have now cut the lead in half, now 16-13. And it'll be Jenkins here back for the serve as he finds Bush on the other side. Well, Ivy. And that one goes into the net, and the Owls are now back out to a 4-point lead here in Danville. Stark over the net for Collazo. Brown right there for the tip. Saved by Collazo. And that one is an absolute missile off the arm of Kyan Ivy, the freshman out of Denver, Colorado, and Vista Peak Preparatory School. And that one gets over the net. Collazo right there. And that will be a point and inside the court here for Averett, and the Cougars get a point back. And Nicholas Breen will check out and get a breather. Fry on the attack. And that will be off the hands of Hernandez. Now Fry will be back here for the serve as he'll find Collazo on the Cougar side. And a big strike here from Williams, but it's met by the Owls. Stark right there for Ivy, back over to Bush. Finds Freeman on the set. Set by Brown. Tipped by Collazo, met by Stark. Over to Bush. And that one runs right in between Williams and Collazo. Neither of them could reach it. And the Owls get one back as they now take a 6-point commanding lead as the Cougars look to claw their way back into this one. And serve goes over the net to Hernandez. Set by Brown. Back over to Collazo. Off the hands of Jeffries. And that one goes into that. Saved by Bush. And Evans is right there. But the point will be called for Averett. And they now bring the lead to just 5. So it'll be Uri Collazo here, who is still dealing with that eye. And it'll be met by Stark. Back over to Aldrin. Set by Brown. Back over to Aldrin. And it'll be met by Archie Evans. As Evans says, nope, 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 not today, young man. And the coach brings him out, and he's met by a couple of boos. And over there on the bench is Evans clapping. Brown over the net to Aldrin. Saved by Aldrin. Back over the net. Saved by Williams. And Hetherington can't quite track it down. And it'll be a 22-15 lead here for Warren Wilson here in the second set. And that one goes off the back line and long. So it'll be an Averett point, and it'll be a serve here for Aiden Williams. Williams over the net, and that one goes long as Aiden just couldn't quite keep it in bounds. So he goes back to the bench. And it'll be a serve here for Ivy, and that one goes all the way off the back line. And so it'll be another possession here for Averett. It'll be Luke Brown here back for the serve. Brown over the net, over to Bush, back to Brown, so a little back and forth between the two. Breen right there, gets it back himself. Saved by Brown, back over to Algin, off the hands of Stark, over to Ivy, back over to Stark. Stark met by Breen, and Breen will get the kill. As Warren Wilson wants to talk it over, we'll take it with them here on the Averett Sports Network, and we will be right back here after the timeout here on Flow College. And it'll be Luke Brown here back for the serve. And the referee says play on. Brown. And it hits the top of the net and lands right in front of Ivy and Jeffries, as that one will be a point for the Cougars. As they find themselves down by only 4 points here in the late going. Brown back for the serve. Ivy right there for Stark. Stark on the strike, and that'll be off the hands of Breen. And it'll go out of bounds, and it'll be set point here for Warren Wilson. And Aldrin is right there, finds Brown. Brown gets it back in the air for Breen, over the Bush, back over to Ivy, sets it for Jeffries. Big block there by Jenkins. Keeps it going for the Cougars. As they are not down or out of this yet. And that one goes over the net. Ivy right there. And the Owls get that one. And the referee says calls it the other way. It'll be a point here for the Cougars. Aldrin goes over the net on the serve. He'll find Bush. Stark, saved by Breen. Back over to Aldrin, over to Colazzo, back over to Stark, back over to Fry. Bumped by Aldrin, over to Breen. Breen right off the back line. It'll be a winning point for the Owls as they'll take the second set by a score of 25-21. And they'll switch sides, and we'll come to the start of the third set in just a moment. But we'll take a break here on the Averett Sports Network here on Flow College. Again, if you're just joining us, I'm Wyatt Ockpole. Glad to be here with you. We'll take a break, and I'll be right back with you here on the Averett Sports Network, here on Flow College. Here this evening, it's about 9:02 in the evening. I hope that you're still with us for the start of the third set of this one. We'll be right back. With the fans cheering on the local team, we come to the start of the third set with the referees making sure everything is okay. And it'll be Luke Brown here back for the serve for the Cougars. Now with this match all tied up at one set apiece, so this will at least go into 4 sets as Brown finds Fry. And that'll be called for the Cougars, so the Cougars are on the board first here in the third set. Brown over the net to Stark, over to Ivy, back over to Bush. Dug out by Freeman. Great job by Freeman to get over there at the right time. Ivy sets it for Bush. Bush back to Colazzo. The Cougars working together. Breen back over to Stark, back over to Ivy, back over to Bush, and that one goes long, and it'll be a 2-point lead here for the Cougars. And it'll be a Luke Brown here back for the serve for the Cougars as he finds Ferrari on the other side of the court. Ivy back over to Bush. And it'll be off the hands of Uriah Colazzo as he just tips that one off his fingertips. And it'll be a 2-1 lead now for the Cougars over the Owls. This is shaping up to be some sort of how it happened the last time that the Owls were here in the Grant Center, as the Cougars came in or the Owls came in, I should say, and took the Cougars here at home to 4 sets, where the Cougars eventually came out with the 5th and final set win, where they came down to the wire here against the Owls. So, looking a little bit like the same result, or going to be the same result, as that one goes out of bounds off the hands of the Owls. So it'll be a 4-1 lead here in the third set. It'll be Liam Aldrin here back for the serve. Aldrin throws it up in the air and serves over the net, and that one goes long off the back line to the side of the back line. And the ball shagger, as we call them, who make sure that the play stays smoothly here in volleyball. And that one goes long off the hands of William Bush. So the Cougars now will go up by a score of 5-2. So Chuck Freeman will check out here for Aiden Williams. Jenkins goes over the net, and that one goes off the back line. And the Cougars find themselves with a 2-point lead, as Chuck Freeman will check in here for Dominic Jenkins. So it'll be a Warren Wilson serve here coming up. It'll be Tucker Jeffries here on the serve. Be Liam Aldrin, set by Brown. On the attack is Breen, and that'll be off the hands of Farai and Evans. And it'll be a point here for the Cougars. And it'll be Julian Hernandez here back for the serve. Hernandez over to Bush, set by Ivy. Back over Farai, but that one is met by Brown and Brown and Williams, who can't quite put that one back over the net, and the lead draws to 2. So Stark is the one on the serve. Brown, Aldrin, off the hands of Bush over to Stark, who sets it for Farai, and Farai can't quite meet that one in the air and misplays that one. So the Cougars now go back up by 3 by a score of 7-4. Colazzo goes over that to Stark, off the net, over to Ivy. Colazzo meets that one. Over to Aldrin. Back to Brown, over to Stark. Over to Ivy, who just shoves it over, and it'll be a Cougar point, and it'll be a 4-point lead for Averett. So it'll be Uriah Colazzo here back for the service. That one goes off the back line, as the lead now draws to 3. Farai over to Freeman. Back to Brown, over to Aldrin, and Aldrin goes over the net. And that'll be a Cougar point. So 9-5 is the score here in Danville. And Luke Brown thought he had the serve there, but it'll be Hetherington here back for the serve. Hetherington over the net to Bush. Back to Colazzo. And it's met by Hetherington. And that one goes out of bounds. But it'll be a point here for Warren Wilson, it looks like. And it'll be a Moody serve. Don't get me wrong, the mood in here is really good, but I'm bummed. That is off the... Sorry for the joke that it was uncalled for. Moody back over the net here over to Brown, over to Jenkins. Moody with an excellent dig, and it's saved by Stark out of bounds. Ivy is right there for Colazzo. Sets it for Brown, and Jenkins right there. Dominic Jenkins with a great job to put that one away off of the two sets by his teammates. And Brown finds himself with a serve. Ivy and Stark back over to Brown. Jenkins tries again. Ivy on the set. And that one goes out of bounds as a little miscommunication from his teammates. Thought that Jeffries was over there and could get to that one. So the Cougars now find themselves with an 11-7 lead here in the third set. Brown over the net, and that one is off the back line, and Farai knew it right away. And the lead will be cut down here to 3. Ivy over the net to Aldrin. Jenkins right there, but the point will go to Warren Wilson as they will cut the Cougar lead down to just 2 by a score of 11-9, and the Owls are on a little bit of a run. Ivy over to Freeman. Brown keeps that one in bounds. Big block by the Owls, but that one goes out of bounds on the far side, and that one will be a Cougar point. So the Cougars retaining a 3-point lead here by a score of 12-9. Aldrin goes over the net, and Bush right there. A little swipe downwards, and it'll be off the arms of Jeffries. And that will go out of bounds as the Cougars now find themselves with a 4-point lead. Aldrin has his serve, goes into the net, and that'll be a point for the Cougars. Well, not for the Cougars, but for the Owls. And it'll be William Bush here back to serve here for Warren Wilson. Bush over the net to Aldrin. And it's tipped by Jeffries. Jenkins right there. It'll be a point here for Warren Wilson. So Warren Wilson comes back and cuts the lead here to 2 by a score of 13-11. That one goes over the net. Colazzo right there. Bush able to save it. Over to Ivy. Sets it for Farai. Tip over the net. And Brown not quite able to get there. And the Owls have now cut this lead down to just 1. Bush on the serve. Aldrin right there. Brown sets it for Colazzo as he gets one to go off the body of Ivy and gives the Cougars a 2-point lead here again. Jenkins, too short. It'll be a serve here for Jeffries. And it'll be a big block by the front wall for Warren Wilson as they keep that one going. The Cougars are right there. Brown sets it for Breen as that one goes long and goes to the back corner and hits the back corner. So a serve coming up here for Julian Hernandez. That one goes off the net and it's kicked by Evans. There was really nothing that he could do about that one. And it'll be a 16-13 lead here for the Cougars. Looking to take a 2-1 set lead here. Hernandez over the net, over to Stark as Ivy can't quite save that one. So it'll be a Cougar point, and it'll be a Warren Wilson timeout. So we'll go to the break here on the Averett Sports Network, and we will be right back in just a moment out of the timeout. And it'll be a serve here for Julian Hernandez. As the ref blows the play dead. Now we can continue play. And Hernandez goes over the net, and that one hits the back line. And the Cougars celebrate with that one hitting right on the right on top of the back line. Hernandez goes over to Stark. Stark right there. As that one will go out of bounds as the referee says stays inbounds. And it'll be a point here for Warren Wilson. And it looks like Leighton Stark will be the one to get the serve. Stark over the net. And Colazzo can't quite dig that one out. So 18-15 is your score here so far. As the Cougars look to put this set into the books. And take a 2-1 set lead. And Stark can't quite put that one over the net. Uriah Colazzo on the serve is met by Bush. Back over to Ivy. And Colazzo can't quite get there, and the Owls get another point back. it'll be Farai here back for the serve. Aldrin set by Brown, back to Aldrin as Aldrin's strike goes way too long, but it'll be off the fingertips of, looked like Archie Evans. So it'll be a 20-16 lead here for the Cougars. It'll be Joel Hetherington here back for the serve as that one will go off the tip of the net. And Leighton Stark can't quite dig that one out. And the Cougars are 4 points away here from taking a 2-1 set lead. Hetherington over to Stark, over to Ivy, back over to Bush. As the Cougars will get yet another point. So Hetherington will go back over the net, over to Ivy, back over to Bush. Bush's strike goes long. As the Cougars will now pull to within 2 points of taking set point. Hetherington here back for the serve. Bush takes it out. Over to Ivy as that one goes the Cougar way. So set point here for the Cougars as they are 1 point away from taking the third set. And moving to a 2-1 set lead. Ivy sets it for Tucker Jeffries as that point will go for the Owls. As Hetherington will check out here for the Owls, for the Cougars, along with Aiden Williams. And Moody goes into that. Aldrin right there. Tucker Jeffries right there. Ivy. And Bush lands a shot in the back of the corner. So it'll be Moody here back for the serve. Aldrin. Back over to Brown. Back over to Aldrin. Saved by Farai. And that one goes out of bounds, and it'll be a 2-1 set lead here for Averett coming into the fourth set of this one. We're going to take a break here on the Averett Sports Network on Flow College Sports, and we'll be right back here for the fourth set. To the fourth set we go here in Danville between the Averett University Cougars and the Owls of Warren Wilson College. As the officials take their places. As the fans, huge fans of the Owls. As that one is off the hands of Aldrin. Back over to Moody. And a strong strike from Brown starts it off right for the Cougars. As that one goes out of bounds off of the hands of the Owls. So the Cougars start this one off strong, and it'll be Luke Brown here back for the serve. It'll be Fry over to Ivy, back over to Bush, dug out by Colazzo, back over to Brown. Tipped by Aldrin. No, not able to be dug out by Freeman. Freeman couldn't quite get there in time. So the Cougars even up the score here with the Owls. Let's say the Owls even up the score here in Danville and here in the fourth set. Tied at 1 apiece as they mop up the sweat off the floor with a towel. And it'll be Luke Brown here. Not Luke Brown, sorry. It'll be William Bush back here for the service. Excuse me. And Jenkins is right there to put that one away. As he was able to find a spot on the near side of the floor. And able to put that one right in the right spot. As Aldrin will be back here for the serve. Liam Aldrin back for the serve. There'll be Bush. Back over to Colazzo. Sent by Brown. Back over to Jenkins. Dug out by Ivy. As Jeffries can't quite get there and put it back over the net. It'll be a 2-point lead for the Cougars to start out the fourth set. Aldrin, he'll put that one away for the Cougars, and they'll celebrate having gone up by 3 points here by a score of 4-1. And it'll be Liam Aldrin here again back for the serve, but he'll put that one into the net this time. And it'll go back the other way here for the Owls, and it'll be Tucker Jeffries here back for the serve. As Archie Evans will check back in, it'll be Tucker Jeffries here back for the serve. Jeffries over to Colazzo. Back over to Brown, sets it for backup for Colazzo, and he's blocked. And that will go out of bounds, and it'll be another point here for Warren Wilson as they'll now bring this lead to just within 1. Jeffries here back for the serve. As that one will go long. And Aiden Williams wanted to go chase it down, but he'll come back in on the front line. So it'll be Dominic Jenkins here back for the service. He gently just taps over the net. Ivy finds the set. And a big block here by the Cougars on the near side. As the ball lands on the far side, out on an open spot on the floor. And that'll be a great shot by Colazzo and Breen. As Jenkins goes back over the net. And that one will go for the Owls as that one goes out of bounds off of Colazzo and Jenkins. So Jenkins will check out here now for the Cougars. And it'll be Stark here back over the net to Aldrin, back over to Brown, I should say. And that'll be a shot and a kill for Aiden Williams with Julian Hernandez coming back in here for the Cougars, as Nick Breen will take a seat. And Hernandez over to Bush, back over to Ivy, who sets it for Ryan. A big block there by the side of Aiden Williams and Luke Brown. As Hernandez goes long. So Warren Wilson cuts the lead to just 3. With Farai here back for the serve here for the Owls. Farai over the net to Aldrin. Back to Ivy, who scoops it over the net. And Hernandez can't quite get there in time. And it'll be Farai here back for the serve. Over to Freeman, back over to Brown. And another great kill for Aiden Williams as he's able to find the right spots on the floor. And it'll be Collazo here back for the serve. Stark finds it over to Ivy, back over to Bush. And he's met by the big brick wall of Williams and Brown as the Cougars move up their lead to 4 points now. Collazo back for the serve. Finds Stark, sets by Ivy over to Bush. Bush not quite able to keep it in bounds, and it'll be another point here for the Cougars. It'll be Collazo again back here for the serve as he'll find the hands of Stark back over to Ivy, who sets it for Bush. Bush back over the net to Collazo. Over to Brown. Back over to Aldrin. And Aldrin off the hands of Bush and Jeffries. As the Cougars keep that one going. And Warren Wilson wants to talk it over. We'll be right back here on the Averett Sports Network here on Flow College Sports. Here for the last of the 4th and final set. Here in Danville. We'll be right back here on the Averett Sports Network. For those of you who are still tuned in with us here kind of late at night, here around 9:30, I thank you for being still tuned in with us, coming to the end of this one, with the Cougars up by a score of 12-6 here in the 4th set over the Owls of Warren Wilson College. Now to be 13-6 off of that strike that goes into net, off the hands of Leighton Stark. So it'll be Uriah Collazo here back for the serve. His 3rd or 4th consecutive serve. That went off Ivy. Over to Archie Evans. And Archie puts a point away. Gets huge cheers from the women's volleyball team here at Averett. We are all fans of both teams here at this school. Sportsmanship is the name of the game. And it'll be Freeman back over to Brown. And Williams tried to find his third consecutive kill, but could not keep this one in bounds. And Archie Evans will check out here for the Owls. Moody goes over the net to Collazo, back over to Brown, who sets it for Aldrin. It was met by the brick wall of Ivy and Jeffries. So Moody gets a chance here to serve it away. Moody over to Friedman, over to Brown, over to Aldrin, over to Bush, back over to Ivy. And Ivy can't quite get that one to go. So before we continue the play here on broadcast, let's take a look at the schedules for the fans for you fans who are still tuned in. So next after this for Warren Wilson goes back home to face Bluefield University of Virginia, and that one will be a first serve at 6 o'clock p.m. on Tuesday, April 7th. And that will be in Swanoa, North Carolina, at the DeVry Athletic Center. And for the Cougars, they stay here at home. And for their last home matches of the season, as they take on the tri-match of Roanoke College and Shenandoah to close out the season, here at home in a tri-match here this weekend on April 4th. Starting at 1 o'clock, and then Roanoke will play Shenandoah at 3, and then Averett will finish the season against Shenandoah at 5 o'clock. So make sure to be tuned in for the very last home matches here for men's volleyball of the season, here at 5 o'clock, or say here at 1 o'clock, here on Flow College, here on Saturday at that time. As those should be good ones here to end the season. And it'll be Brown here back over to Aldrin, over to Ivy, Jeffries, back over to Stark as Jeffries can't quite put it into net, and the Cougars find themselves with a 5-point lead. Brown over the net to Bush, and Bush can't quite get that one to go, and the Cougars now find themselves with a 6-point lead. And it'll be Luke Brown here back for the serve. Brown gets over to Bush, set by Ivy, over to Stark, dug out by Brown, excellent dig to keep that one going. Farai over to Ivy, back over to Stark, off the hands of Collazo, over to Brown, back over to Aldrin, saved by Bush, over to Moody, by Collazo, over to Brown, and that one is dug out by Moody, and it's almost a kill for Dominic Jenkins. And that one lands out of bounds, but inbounds says the referee, and it'll be another point here for the Cougars. So an 18-11 lead here to work with for Luke Brown as Aldrin gets that one to go. And the Cougars right now are starting to tee off as they have now taken an 8-point lead here, 19-11 here over the Owls. Luke Brown here back for the serve as he goes off the head of Dominic Jenkins. So it'll be William Bush here back for the serve. Bush off the back line. Over to Freeman. Over to Breen. Over to Bush. Back to Ivy, who sets it up for Jeffries as that one goes out of bounds. And it'll be off the hands of the Cougars, and it'll be now a 19-13 lead. The Cougars have to be careful not to let this lead slip away and not to give too much momentum back to the Owls. As when the Owls have the momentum, they are hard to stop. And Breen is right there, and point goes to the Owls, the referee says. So the Owls have now cut the Cougar lead down to just 5. Bush goes into that, saved by Brown, back over to Aldrin, over to Collazo. Bush is right there, over to Jeffries. Finds the hands of Freeman, over to Brown, sets up for Jenkins. Over to Fry. Back over to Brown, who tries to put it in the back corner. Over to Ivy. Jeffries right there, over to Freeman. Back over to Brown, he sets up for Aldrin, as that will be off the hands of Jeffries, and that'll go out of bounds off of Jeffries. And that'll be a point for the Cougars, as they are now 5 points away from putting this one into the win column here in the Grant Center and splitting their doubleheader here at home. Aldrin goes over the net, and that one goes out of bounds, and it'll be a point for Warren Wilson, who now cuts the lead to just 5. And it'll be Archie Evans to check back in here for the Owls. More playing time than Archie Evans has ever gotten since joining the team here as of late. And Jenkins goes over the net, and it'll be out of bounds. It'll stay in bounds off the hands of Evans and Fry. And the countdown begins here for the Cougars. And Jenkins goes into the net. So come back the other way here for Leighton Stark. Stark over to Freeman, met by Aldrin, over to Brown, over to Collazo, tipped by Brown, saved by Aldrin, set by Aldrin, over to Breen. Back to Ivy. A big strike here by Fry on the far side. Collazo right there, Ivy. Dug out by Brown. Great rally going on by both teams. Jeffries over to Ivy. Over to Stark off the hands of Brown. Over to Aldrin. Over to Collazo. Back over to Bush. And Ivy finds the point. As the Owls are starting to creep in on this lead for the that is the lead here for the Cougars. It'll be Leighton Stark here back for the serve. And that will go long, and the countdown resumes. And it's now only 3 points here until the Cougars get set point and take the 4th and final set of this one. As Hernandez goes over the net, over to Ivy, back over to Stark, back over to Brown, and it'll be off the hands of Jeffries and out of bounds. And that will be off the hands of Hernandez. And that will land in bounds, and the Cougars are now only 1 point away from ending this one here in Danville. Hernandez off of Bush. And dug out by Stark. Saved by Fry. Off the hands of Stark over to Ivy. Back over to Fry. Hernandez right there. Aldrin. Over Collazo, and Collazo puts it away for the Cougars. So the Cougars come back and take 3-1 here in Danville over Warren Wilson here in the second match. And the Cougars split their doubleheader and go to 6-20, and we'll welcome the last tri-match this season here on Saturday. So for all of us here at the Averett Sports Network, here to help you in the broadcast booth, I'm Wyatt Ockapole. Glad to be here with you for tonight. But have a great night, everyone. I'm tired. Get some rest, everyone, and I'll be back here on the Averett Sports Network here on Saturday the 11th, here for men's lacrosse here on the Averett Sports Network here on Flow College. Have a great night, everyone.